Hello cats and kittens, Mama Cat Gamer here. We are taking a brief vacation from Gavtia today, from this story, because I want to see the new patch story. I'm very excited about this. I'm going into it blind, so you never know what shenanigans we're going to get into here. So, should be a lot of fun. We're doing the 7.3 patch quest. I may do the Alliance raid, but we're going to try and get through what we can get through. Alright, let me make sure we're all good on video here. Okay. Everything looks good on stream. Let's go pick up our quest. Targeted tragedy. We have to go over to the Neon Stein. Where am I? I'm like all turned around here. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I gotta turn down the sound of my phone. Thought I had it down. Gotta send my guys out on ventures. Sorry, guys. Once you get your retainers to max level in whatever area you're getting them in, they bring you back some pretty decent stuff. Sometimes they bring you back junk. I've gotten like high quality, 2 pots of high quality maple syrup before, which is like a level 5, you know, culinarian thing. Okay. Tassos has something for us. You heading to the back room? Yeah. Let's see what Kryl has to say. Raha and Alfino patrol the city while Y'shtola and Elize continue treating Levin's sickness and those injured in the attack. I shall stay here to help coordinate efforts, so I suggest taking the opportunity to get some rest. It's the only game where NPCs are concerned about you resting. I couldn't fight them, and I couldn't even get my authority back when it was stolen, so what good am I? I need to find a way to be more useful. You're a child, Galuja. Just be a child. Just be a child. Adulthood comes way too soon. Gosan is helping us coordinate efforts with the administration here in Alexandria. We have to work hand in hand to ensure that the people can get back to their normal lives. I worry about Galuja, though. I know he's still frustrated that he couldn't do anything to stop the machines. If only there was a way to take his mind off things. I will dedicate myself first to healing magic so I may treat people's wounds. It will be a time-consuming process to reacquire my abilities, but a necessary one that I dare not rush. Even though there's no telling when Calyx will make his next move. Alright, Shale. Shale wishes for a moment of your time. We can get some, pretty decent goodies here. Nightworld Silver Piece. If you have a moment, Tirius, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Cryle says, not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. Wook said, but you haven't heard anything about new incidences since then, right? Jill says, right, no additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. Hey. Galuja says, the bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Oh, one of my kittens came home. He waved a hello at me. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. Geode says, the king of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man who can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro-technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. So we probably got to shut him down. Geode says, preservation's early goals seem noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core systems, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? Fiend says, I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. Krause says, we've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. Shale says, if we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. Glujas, I'll help you. Good, no kids in combat zones. That just bugs me. Geode says, while Galuja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Okay, I beat Kryle to it. Kryle says, count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So, shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Geode says, sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. Muklimat says, I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tulio. Alfino and Elise will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. Sphene says, if I may, I'd like to join Tirius's group, if you'll have me. We're going to say no to the queen? I don't think so. Geode says the more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Sphene says, thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. Shale says, I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. Geode says, phew. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Shale, have anything else for us? Good luck with your patrol, and take your time. We can do without Geode until you're done with the old sot. Oh, sorry. Just when I think I've internalized better manners, talking with Geode brings back all the old bad habits. Guluchas, I wish I could grow up faster. There'll be so much more I can do when I'm bigger like you. Don't wish it to come any sooner, kid. As a friend of my dad's once said, the years, they go faster every year. Oh, by the way, there's a setting in your character configuration for the chat bubbles. I gotta find them. Probably under the... No. That's hotbars. I thought it was under character config. Under system config? Alright, somewhere around here somewhere. I think my kids are doing dishes in the background there. I'll look for it later. I don't want to spend time on it now. Okay, Sphene says, I will do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. Kyle says, the city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget recent events. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Let's see. The people seem uneasy. Are you alright, Geode? Let's see what there is to see. Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternatives serious consideration. Fiend says, "Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx, not anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens." Geode says, "And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us?" Sphene says, "It is what I have seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy." Aww. Geode says, "Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us." Kryle says, "Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality." There you go. "Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle?" Sphene says, "Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill." Kryle says, "If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. 'Twould certainly be more efficient for information gathering." Geode says, I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone, then. Tirius and I will take the east." Kryle says, "Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Trueview and await you there." Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. What escorting entails? I think we get new pop-up screens now, re-explaining things. So, certain duties require that one or more NPCs accompany you in order to proceed with quest objectives. You must keep them at your side and make your way to a designated location. I kind of like this window better. So long as you remain in the same area, NPCs accompanying you will remain at your side, even when using teleport or the Ethernet. It's possible to ride mounts or swim while escorting NPCs. Please note, however, they will not appear at your side until you dismount or leave the water. You may also speak with NPCs while escorting them. Furthermore, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Definitely do those. These points will also be indicated on your map. You get some extra information and lore sometimes. When speaking with NPCs, you will be given the option to part ways. You will also part ways automatically when changing areas. If you part ways with an NPC, you may return to the starting point and speak with them to try again. Alright. Your next quest objective requires escorting. Alright, so you can see we've got three different people we got to talk to. Seeing if there's anybody else up there. And then there's a conversation point right here. So we're going to go do that. So you can see how it's glowing on the ground there. That's the conversation point. Somber citizen. Are the sentries and airwheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen's Fiend said so. Seeing as I think there will be combat along the way. It never hurts to have an extra, 8,000 health points. Discuss True View. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning, or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life, if only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Maybe not. I'm guessing you would have preferred to go with Sphene and Kryl, but I'm afraid you're stuck with me. I grow on people, though, I promise. Yeah, you do, Geode. So they've made this UI change here. You can click on this question mark button. Okay. Grieving citizen. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate your offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. One of my kittens had a question, so I had to field an answer. This is the life of Mom. And it's okay. I'm totally okay with this. Lighthearted citizen. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first. But now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So, if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my word, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Geode says, Tirius, a word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we haven't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. We could say that people are still deathly afraid, that fights are likely to break out over the neo-regulators, that a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator. Let's do the last one. Oh, there he is. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Okay. Okay, let's I think this is going to be the same one, but just in case it changed. Discuss tribute now. It's the same. Discuss the hover cargo. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Anything new? Unarmed sentry. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Geode says, can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Unarmed sentry says, recalibrating parameters. Injured. 87 individuals. Casualties. 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators. 0. How interesting. Does he have anything new? Nope. Unsettled sanitation worker. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Tirius, I think it's time we rejoined Kryl and Sveen. I was half joking about my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings, keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet them in the plaza just outside of True Brew? Let's get going. See anything new? Yeah, he did. I just blew right past it. Come on, we should meet Kryl and Sveen at the plaza. Can't say I'm thrilled to have Shale owe me a drink over something like this. Alright, let's go back there. I forgot I was on Bard for this. In fact, I want to be on Reaper, I think. Because I don't think it'd be long before we're in battle. Sveen says, we've finished our patrol as well. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? So, essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Geo says, well, the numbers are still tentative, and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how that'll stack against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Sveen says, now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Krauss, based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. Sphene says, the chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen these least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. Geode says, there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. Kryle says, you make a good point. Perhaps his sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. Yeah, maybe extracting souls. What of the dust found at various sites, or could something have been done to the victims? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Sphene says, then both stories speak of missing remains as suspicious enough. But the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. Krause says, in that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. Gulujas, Tirius, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? I'm going, yeah, we are. Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. The danger music is on. Okay, that's creepy.
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same. even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Isadora!
It's now or never.
Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss.
So he knows. He knows who she is.
Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The promise of tomorrow. Let's see what Sven has to say. She should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. I can't remember if it was Milos or Milos. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company, and I'm going to do the same for her. Aw, sweet kid. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. Sven says, I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Aw. Anything new there? For their sakes, I have to remain calm. Waikwi has is fearful for her comrade. Her comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Sphene says, wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Mycree says, Isadora and Milos had completed their applications to leave the dome and were practically out the door when all this happened. We'll make sure they're taken care of the moment Isadora is ready to travel. Let's go. Oh, we need to talk to somebody? Out the door, I guess. Radius resident, does he have anything new? Why? Why is this happening? Sphene says, that man, this is awful. Isadora is going to be all right then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. Sphene says, that brave soul. He gave his life to save another. Radius Resonance says, he died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Kryle says, weapons or no, Catholics commanded them to commit murder. Hopeful Oblivion member. Is it over? We came as soon as Mycree sent word. Sphene says, I am sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Anxious Oblivion member says, then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly, we're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Okay, we got the creepy music coming on now. Sphene says, then we should search for Geode. Kryle says, I agree, since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators. If our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Kryle says, please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. The Anxious One says, our thanks. Here, take these communicators. Wait, we already have one. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Oh, okay. Except he can, like, spy from every camera on the entire place. Mycree has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck. Stay safe. Kryle says, Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Okay. Do these... I hope you find Geode soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. Pray thank your Milala friend for me. I would still be a helpless mess if not for her encouragement. Leave matters here to us. We'll see to our fallen comrade and make sure no one else comes to harm. Alright, hang on. Survey the designated location, which is just out the door. Theoretically. I see sparkly stuff. Please, Geode, please, be safe. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Trying to target Crow there. Let's search around the apartments first. Right. This is our method of searching. You see no sign of Geode. Wyakui's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode! Geode! Answer me! There's no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it. Dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit.
Uh-oh.
You can't be here! You need to run, now! A trap!
More creepy music.
Take care of the others, eh?
Spoken like a man who knows he's about to die. Hello, everybody who's joined us.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
Oh, no.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
I like that.
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand.
Oh, you bastard.
7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
Only 11% of the population will get to die to do this. Yeah, sounds like a great, great option. Yuck.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Oh. That's cold. That is so cold.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
He's going to harvest somewhere no matter what. You can only seek other victims, or I will halt your harvest by defeating you.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Okay, walking through Geode's dust is just... It's just so wrong on so many levels. That speaks a level of contempt for life that That is unconscionable. I can't. There are no words. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Krauss says, even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Krauss says, not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Tirius. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. I'll hold on to Geode's gun. If you would take the soul cell, please. Though gripped by sadness, Sphene spurs herself to action. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Krauss says, yes, I'll ask Wyaquee to meet us there as well.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Oh, we got a bunch of people to talk to. Even Genel. They brought back Geode's gun. Its rounds were spent and its barrel was scorched, so you can be sure he went down fighting. Ernvels, I've spoken with Luc Lamat. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. Stolas, I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We are all here with you. Yeah, you know, our Warrior of Lights want to go out, you know, jumping into the action. I got back control of the sentries probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry I couldn't help him, or I couldn't stop him. Shale says, nothing. Rahatia says, we made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks, all to harvest more ether, it seems. I'm told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They all risk so much. Wagwe. Another comrade gone. Some days, it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest, and that's on top of what happened with Kakiwa. Do you think you could check on her and see how she's doing? She'd like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Does he have anything else? No. Apologies. My mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything else I can do, or as you said, you need time to work through it? True that. You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Kakiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder spare. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of airwheelers. They've had their communication modules removed so even Calyx won't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. Mount the airwheeler. Sure. These air-wheelers are Genalt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. That's pretty cool. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten the mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. Some friendships are like that. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. When you have competitive friendships, the good ones, Shale, almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. The toxic ones you want to leave. Oh, that's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Tirius, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Well, I'm gonna fly over them anyway. Ah, but no. Ugh, just our luck. Let's go kill him. Kind of a little warm-up for us. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it's slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly doesn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? The ahem was hers and mine together.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
To Geode's memory.
Oh. What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything.
True love.
By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
My daughter just said, "Ooh, love," from The Princess Bride.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Alright, let's talk to Shale. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see what my comrades mean even more to me. Oh, you helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. Which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Shale steels her heart for the work ahead. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryo for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance against Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Tirius? Taking names and kicking butt. Sphene says, Tirius, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you're finished attending to Shale, of course. Shale says, it seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. She have anything final for us? As long as the memories remain, this wound in my heart will never fully heal, but it might be better that way. To feel something, even pain, is to remember that they lived, and to know that I am still alive. Speak with Sphene in the outskirts. I'm just going to pour it back there. Forgot to check and see if there was anyone else to talk to in there, but we're moving on. Tirius, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. It's pretty worldly. Perhaps it is my imagination, but townspeople appear to be acting oddly, that is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. There probably is something unusual because we got the creepy music going on. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. It's nothing so obvious as loud wailing or acts of violence, but, well, it would be best if you saw for yourself. Trembling resident. Oh, please tell me you've brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there are still a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. I love the creepy background music. It's great. Reminds me of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines music. The Ocean House. Oh my god, was that place scary. I loved it. I have no idea how to pronounce this name. I'm not even going to try. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness grows closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Okay, that almost sounds like primal level of prayer there. You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered it a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now I'm sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. I hope you come to your senses and get your hands on a neo-regulator, friend. How about no? So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. Their fear is palpable. Their fear is palpable. Yes, that's exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Uh-oh, I missed that. Alright, Alize says, Tirius, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already there with Lamati and Alfino. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Yep, let's go.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn.
That's a terrible thing to say. My goodness. Obviously trying to get more to use the regulators.
Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you.
They're not wrong, but yeah, it's a very manipulative technique there.
Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
Okay, that's a little, like, way over the top, dude.
Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning.
That's a very nihilistic view. Very nihilistic.
The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear that death is a foregone conclusion? No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulishola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Alright, what does Go-san say? My apologies, the sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. Elfino says, first those deadly malfunctions and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 Endless, perhaps more than necessary even. Elise says, we had the hopefuls who descended on Lamati dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowds were starting to fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. And what does Wook say? I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Cryo told me everything that happened while we were away. Sphene says, Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuk-Lamat, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. Okay, Wook says, we will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and will be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. Elfino says, in which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. Elise says, if you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Not true that. You give so much of yourself to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. Alright, what does Wook have for us? Wook assesses her surroundings with grim determination. Tuliolal would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Sphene says, Wuk-Lamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. Sphene says, but she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? Wook says, I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own. Yet alone we lack the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world. Too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished that we could have been friends. So, when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. Sphene says, in the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. Sphene says, You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. But I think that's a Gav line there. I think Tirius is gonna just kind of stay quiet there and let them have their moment together. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? Galuja says, there you all are! Uklumat says, Galuja! Krau says, ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Shale says, good news, Tirius. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. Krau says, we don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. Shale says, I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Sorry guys, I had woke up super early last night, 3 in the morning, and I went back to sleep after a while, but it's like, ugh. Throws you off when you can't get a whole night of sleep together. Anyway. Sveen says, thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. Galuja says, and up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. Shale says, I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Alright. Speak with the lift attendant. I think it's behind this door, yeah. Or what this one is. Oh, that's the Underkeep, okay. Sveen says, Preservation Laboratories. I shudder to think at what they were researching. But this is no time to be squeamish. Galuja says, Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. That sounds exciting, kid. Sounds really exciting. Kryle says, an institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this one is where my parents worked. Shale says, I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It isn't actually all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Ukumat says, it sounds like Galuja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Alright, ready to head on up. Next stop, 10th level. Yes. I sense trouble ahead.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
You've got cat eyes. You probably got better vision than any of the others of us.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working.
And maybe let our enemies know we're here. I don't know.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
Nice scene building there. Nice.
It was thanks to Krile and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in FFXIV, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You can say you're a treasure shale, or sounds like you need one of Genalt's energy tonics. I'm gonna say the first one.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail, and I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Shale, yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Uklamat says, can't you, work some electro-magic? Shale says, I'll try my best, but this kind of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Kraus says, considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? Let's do it. I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Oh, you got a little puzzle here. Ah. Alright, let's see what we got. Data terminal. We can talk to Luke. We've got abandoned paperwork, desk organizer, half-open desk drawers. You can talk to Krile. Oh, recycling bin. Talk to Sphene and Galulja. Let's check the trash can first. You scan the bin's interior, hoping to find some card-shaped rubbish, but it appears to be empty. Get the worst out of the way first. Nothing in there, then. I'm not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. Galulja says, Was it really a preservation laboratory? I thought there'd be something more, I don't know, special about it. Okay. What does Wook say? No luck so far. This bin had nothing in it at all. Let's see what the data terminal says. The terminal screen displays what appears to be the index page in an employee manual. Let's do... I'm going to read all of them. Start with research objectives. Access denied. Please log in with your personal account to view. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, the Researchers' Commons, the Proto-Lab, or the Deutero-Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of, and the rights to modify, the memories of all registered personnel. Ooh. Complex Director, Demetrius, Protolab Chief, EOS4, Deuterolab Chief, redacted. Proto... believe it or not, this where some knowledge of eye stuff comes in handy. Proto-anomaly is red cone color blindness, and deuter-anomaly is green cone color blindness. So I'm probably going to be, I don't know, leadership personnel. Might I be looking for something green? But personnel records were in red, so we want to do that. I'm sorry if you are red-green colorblind and having to find something in red. Ugh, the arcane circuits in here are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way to getting past this lock anytime soon. Notice board! A few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. Half-open desk drawers. There appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. Yeah, let's rifle through it. You discovered a card-shaped object. The electrope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar one to a scanner. Card-shaped object fashioned from electrope. Let's use it. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It's open! You did it, Tirius! She also sent a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with the outdated circuit. I'm curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? Uklamat says, it was run by a director, Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Sveen says, perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Shale says, then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Well, you know, I gotta go check everything out, of course. Assuming we can. Ah, no. Wait, they have a room in here. Data tablet? It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Skim through the entries? Sure. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, but he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning, I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels. Yet, Queen's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Proto-Lab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious matter of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. You've reached the end of the journal entries. Okay. Some shenanigans were going on. Oh, that's cool. We can walk on the fence here. Hey, what do our folks have to say? Not a single soul here besides us. Fiend, going by the room labels on that map, we haven't entered any of the actual labs yet. Looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. Galuja says, this must be the door to the director's office. Go on, try the card. Shale says, another locked door. We could try the same card again, but... Sure, why not? You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Shale says, yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Proto-Lab. That door is already open, at least. Sphene says, we'll find a way through together. Shale, I'm sure of it. I guess we're going to go back to the Proto-Lab. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calix are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. Cryo says, this machine feeds into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. It probably was, unfortunately. Galuja says, I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of Experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target values set by Master Calix. Though I have become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. Did you say 158? Experiment 158. Okay, they have that in red, so that means we probably need to keep track of it. See if there's anything new. Did Wook find anything? These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate. Oh my god. Really? I have to take notes for this. Alright, hang on. I mean, it's not like there's really any, there's not any, wrong. Okay, Project 148. Or was that? No, that was 158. The historic number. Inference candidate. 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158, maximum value of 11509 recorded. Okay, they're giving us like 8,000 numbers to keep track of. Like, I gotta be able to, like, read my own writing here. My handwriting is terrible. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. 9834. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. Let's go back and see if Shale said anything else. See if Kryl had anything new for us. It's a soul cell. Okay. Alright, Sphene. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galuja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. So I don't know if any of this is important at all, but we're gonna hang on to it. Number pad. The locker door is shut twice, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combo. Sure. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. Well, the candidate 201930 is like too long. 6 digits. The others are 3 and 4. Enter up to 5 digits. Well, the only other one that's 5 digits is 11509. I hope this is 1. Five, 9. Confirm. Yay! The locker pops open. Inside you discover a level 2 security card. Tirius, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Shale says, yes, but it should open still more doors for us to explore. You did well, Tirius. Luke says, these preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless? Mechanical? Kryl giggles. My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot! The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Luke says, right, let's move this investigation to another room. Shale says, well, we have the Deutero lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. Galuja says, so it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way. Shale says, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Yep, get it out of my inventory, because I have limited space. Alright. Just double checking to see if there's anything new. No. 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 Kyle says, if there were others besides my parents who left preservation, where might they be now? Sven says, it seems not everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. There must have been research that required physical bodies. Shale says, the scanner awaits. Hold the security guard up to the paddle, and it should unlock the door. Wukelmont says, Cadix hasn't bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us, or maybe he's just watching and waiting. Guluja says, what else do they have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the Ueawada facility. Scanning device, it awaits silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. A card-shaped key for opening restricted doors. This one is marked with a level 2 security clearance. Yes, it opened! We can see that! Yay! Where should we go first? The Deutero lab or facilities? Guluchat says, let's start with the lab. Wook says, what is it, Guluja? Cryo, shouldn't the security card open this door as easily as the last one? Sven says, how strange, this door is not lit up like the others. Shale says, what does this sign say? Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above this card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero lab, shall we? In case of emergency, break glass. Oh, can't go back there. What does Fiend say? So this room was for managing the power supply and the utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. Uklamat says, there are some big flashy those are some big flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. Oh no! We're gonna be playing Simon again. Those of you too young to play Simon. Hey, hey! How are you? Simon was a game from, like, the early 80s. It had, it was, like, round, and it had, 4 pads, colored pads that you could, press. But they would light up, and, you know, a certain amount of times, and you had to repeat the sequence. Cryo says, the Deutero lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. What kinds of experiments were they conducting in there? Guluja says, oh good, the terminal is lit up. That means we have power in this room. I'm relieved to hear that. I'm not relieved to hear that. We're going to have to play this puzzle in just a moment. Let me get more pen and paper. Anyway, Simon got increasingly hard, right? You would get up to the, like, this 10, and it sped up on top of that, so it became a challenge at, like, level 10 to really keep it in your head. Alright. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale? That's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Through wires, kid. Through wires. Conduits. Shale says, ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Deutero lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. Sphene says, what about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Oh no, we're going to be like moving shapes around. Okay. Using the control panels set into each one of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. Sphene says, what I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. She says, indeed. If you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? Galuja says, I can do it! I've used that type of machine before. Cryo says, then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Tirius? Of course we get the hard stuff. The rest of us can help by supplying Tirius with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Alright, we gotta get... I think we have to get... See this thing over here? Over to this spot here. But then we have to have all of these kind of put together so that we go from an unbroken line here all the way back to this one. Alright, I see what's going on here. Oh, but they made it like a maze on top of this. Oh my god. So it could be this one, or this one that goes over here. Alright, either this one... No, it can't be this one. Oh, we gotta pay attention to the shape here, too. Oh, let me guess. You can rotate these, too. You must arrange the 4-tile pattern in the correct positions, access the control panels, and configure the circuitry. Square. Oh, but now I don't remember which one that one is. Okay. Alright, we got square. Thanks for catching that. I try to mute it when I cough, right? Because the allergies are killing me. And if I don't catch it in time. Alright, let me try this again. Wookie says, Tirius, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. And if that square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Galuja is working on. It's hard to make out the rest. Assuming these are our 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is a square and the top right is half a circle? Well, we don't have a half circle. That's something to get you started at least. These appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none are relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security cards. We shall have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. Alright, let's see what Sphene says. I was able to glimpse part of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." Okay, so... Okay, so we can't use duplicate patterns. I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time. Okay, well that narrows it down for us. So we know this one has to be a square. So none of these other ones can be a square. Let's do this one. This one should be a triangle. All right. That ain't gonna work. Diamond. So we're gonna follow that. This is like a little maze going on in my head here. Alright, that looks good. I think that's it. I think. I've locked in the power supply route and adjusted the circuit for optimal flow. Everything should be ready for when you've reconfigured the circuit. Oh, let's try. There you go. You connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. It worked! We did it, Tirius. The Deutero lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. Kryal says, if I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. Of course. It'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation and Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came after Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. Kyle says, so this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. Sveen says, I met him only once, before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So, it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. Guluja says, so you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? Shale says, if I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over, just to be sure. The violinist there in that piece of music is really talented. Really talented. Assuming it's real violin. You know, these days you can do so much creating music electronically. It's really cool. Yes, the door has power now. Here's the thing. Imagine putting the brilliance of Einstein into the body of an 11-year-old. With that same level of maturity. Sometimes, you know, if you acquire knowledge, it's difficult when you acquire just an enormous amount of knowledge as, you know, if you're super intelligent, right? Before you have the emotional maturity to handle it, and I suspect that might have been what happened to Calix there. Kryl said, had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calix have pursued his endless project with such fervor? No, I mean, nobody likes mortality, right? Who wants to die? Nobody. Rook says, everything we read in this place sings Calix's praises. The people who worked here must have truly idolized him. That's always dangerous, too. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Okay, the energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Let's hope that doesn't happen, okay? You have anything new for us? Shale is examining the card scanner. Right, I'll get this door open. Whew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. gods above, isn't that... The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Tirius has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all of the vessel's components were constructed here, so what might that tell us? The crystal itself is a key, or this is just the device they made to control it. That would be a logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Luke says, now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. Kryl says, I believe there's much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. Sphene says, I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. Shale says, the research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Storage crate. Let's check it out. Lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. Galuja says, why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Yeah, probably not. This looks like it's a 3D printing. I've searched through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something. I'm sure of it. Luke says, maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. Because I keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there's none. Let's see what the wheeled shelving unit says. The sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of any security cards. What does Shale say? If those cameras are anything to go by, this lab was under constant surveillance. I'll scan the recordings and try to spot where people left their security cards. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll find it in this cabinet drawer here. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Kraus says, oh, did you find a security card? Yes, we did. Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, if it isn't exactly what we need. Nice work, Tirius. Oh, level 3. That should get us into the director's office. Sphene says, so what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us? Shale says, right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the keyholder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of these transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on an entirely the wrong track. Luke says maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Tirius' strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Shale says, oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways.
One is a psychopath, one is not.
I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Uh-oh.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Okay. This is developed by murderers. Sphene says, she only wanted to leave and he executed her. Shale says, I checked the images against the personnel file, or personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. Cryo says, I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... Say, I'm sure they managed to escape, or they did not regret their actions. Tirius is a little more, this first one's more Gav. This one's more Tirius. He's a little more serious. Right. The Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Sveen says, oh, Cryo. Worry not, Sveen. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Shale says, even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right. Let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. Galuja says, to the director's office! So... I love how they can take the main theme of each expansion and do different enough things to make it sound like completely different pieces of music, but you still have that leitmotif running through it. It's great. Well done. Wuklamat, hearing Kryl talk about her parents reminded me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. We don't ever really get over death. We just learn to live with it, and it stops hurting so bad after a while. And we carry the memories with us. And use their memories to help shape our lives around us. Galuja says, if that man in the recording was Director Demetrius, then this must be his office. I don't expect to find any information on my parents in this next room either, and that's something I can be proud of. Sveen says, was Calyx the one who gave orders to execute defectors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. No, he's a psychopath. That's all you need to understand. He's a psychopath. My earlier investigations put the data relay just past this door. Let's get it open, shall we? Scanning device. It waits silently for a security card with the appropriate level of clearance. Level 3. You hold the level 3 security card up the scanner. Oh, we get to go in. Wook says, there we go, let's head inside. Shale says, now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Tirius, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Okay. What does Galuja have to say? Something odd. Something odd. I don't know if that means he found something or he's looking for it. Luke says, huh, this director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display? Blue and red, okay. Cross. Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about the key. This is a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Ugh. Alright, Shale has more for us. Damn. This terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data reel I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Tirius, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Wow, we got a secret door somewhere. I am sure. Do you have anything new for us? Shale says this room is too small? How could that be? Well, it's got a secret door in it, that's why. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Does she have anything new? Something is strange about this wall. I could have sworn it flickered for a moment there. Seems solid enough now, though. Oh, okay. This is where our fake wall is. Office shelves. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access. Requires passwords to the inputs simultaneously at terminals in the Proto-Lab, Deutero-Lab, and Director's Office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shale. Do you have anything new to say? Does this display do anything else? Galuja says, these drawers have only big heavy books in them. I would have filled them with snacks. Spoken like a true kid. They're never full. Their bellies always need filling. Oh, but maybe the books are hiding something. I'll check. Beverage station. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. I want that. I want a coffee maker that cleans itself and refills itself with coffee beans in the morning, grinds them, puts the water in, and makes my coffee for me. Cluttered side table. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. Closed locker stands next to the table. Let's examine the data tablet. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. I'm going to read both of them. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Ugh. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those two inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it is needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. You have located Director Dimitri's personal data table in locker space. Take another look? Yeah, let's open the locker. The door to the locker swings open easily. Oh my god! It's like... Oh! It's like... Shuts the door right away. It's like looking at like a teenage room with like posters on the wall of their favorite rock bands, right? Their favorite actors and actresses. Contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Wait, I want to look at this again. Pictures of Calyx all over, man. Okay. Hand the crumpled note to Shale. Have you found something? Hastily scribbled reminder found in the director's shelving. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter password on 3 different terminals at the same time. Sween says there was no such room marked on the map, was there? Shale says no, a precautionary measure no doubt, and if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By Electrope, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Galuja says, remember what Kakia used to say, Shale? Never trust an Electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be, or you can pass right through Electrope. Sphene says, oh, of course. Electrope is how you alter the look of all of Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? Shale says, in which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door! Shale says, I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Luke says, didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. Sphene says, I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. Luke says, I'll take the proto lab. Sphene says, I'll take the Deutero lab. Luke says, actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. Galuja says, I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. Kryle says, I will take the Deutero Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Shale says, Tirius, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wook Lamont and Kryl through the process. Wook says, you know, there was a display plate over there. The one with the gems? I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Oh, we need another gem in there. You have yet to discover enough clues to deduce the passwords. Try exploring the immediate area or conferring with your comrades until you have more info. Alright. Jewel display plate. 2 jewels are embedded in the electro plate. You identify the blue gem as sapphire, the red gem as garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Probably something green or yellow. I'll keep searching the drawers with the books and find... I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe? Let's solve the puzzle. Sure. You got it! It's a Rubik's Cube. Let's see if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There! Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. Yeah, it's actually a precious stone. My grandmother used to have an Alexandrite ring. Okay. Examine the data tablet. See if there's anything new. I don't think there is. No. Anything new in the locker? That is truly disturbing. Truly disturbing. Two jewels are embedded in the electrode plate. You identify the blue gem as sapphire, red gem as garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Put the Alexandrite in. Gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. Decorative pattern, an arcane circuit, a floor plan of this... Yes, this is the floor plan. Red, the protan, dudan. Okay. Cyan is probably something up here. As you continue... Nope. Let's see. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the proto-lab. Oh, no. It's not following. Okay. Okay, they didn't follow the colors with the names. Okay. I'm disappointed, Square Enix. I had my moment, and you took it from me. The slot contains an Alexandrite. Its place in the floor corresponds to the director's office. Okay. Yeah. Scrawled phrase. Glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you asked Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Okay, it's the sapphire. This is the protolab. Garnet. And Alexandrite. Well, let's talk to Sphene. Not to me. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. The symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. I'm going to write this down. Sapphire represents honesty. And garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Okay, there's nothing new there. Okay. Shale, does she have anything new? Keep calm and everything will be fine. Both of you are quick studies. You've gathered enough information to attempt entering the passwords. We're all set to go. Here, Wukalamat and Kryl are just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Wukalamat in the Protolab. What word should she enter? She should enter honesty. And the password for Kryl in the Deuterolab? Devotion. And lastly, what will we input for the director's office? Protection. Right, we have all 3 passwords ready, now to enter them into the system at the same time. That's the real end boss, entering 3 things at the same time, by 3 different people. I like how Kryl has a step stool there. Yes! Fist bump! I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wukalamat and Kryl rejoin us. Okay, let's see. Guluja says, we did it thanks to you, and a little bit thanks to me, I hope? Well, yeah, you solved the Rubik's Cube. Great work, Tirius. Leave it to you to divine passwords from an ornamental display. Wukalamat is so dumb sometimes. God bless her. Sphene says, speaking of gemstone symbology, for Alexandrians, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was with their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope to our people. To think on it now, I have ever shared that destiny with my other self. Kryl says, well, that went well. Excellent clue finding, Tirius. Clue finding. Alright, Shale. Alright, everyone. Time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Here we go. Run with me, friends, towards the danger.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
Computer banks.
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Inside Electrope somewhere, or in a world formed of data? Let's try that one.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Well.
Time's up. And what a waste of time it's been.
We disappointed the poor child.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
He had no answer to that
Sorry
one.
for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
I'm with you, or let's plan our next move, or he's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure. Oh, I like that last one. I love that little smirk. That's great. It's like, he thinks he's got us. He doesn't know the first thing about us.
I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Lucha says, whew, well, that was an adventure. Luke says, it may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Kraz says, indeed. While I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, there is an investigation. That is an investigation for another day. She says, then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Alright, I got a feeling we have a dungeon coming up. Soon-ish. TM. Okay, we have to... Oh, they transported us back to the back room. That was nice. Okay. Let's see what Wook says. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. Aaronville. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. Yes, we have. Guluja says, Shale has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but don't worry. I'll do my best to cheer her up. Spoken like a true 5-year-old. Or however old he is. I can't remember how old he is. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. Cryo says, I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades so that we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. Alright, Shale. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. I think Shale feels a little strongly about this, don't you? Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. It's a shame that punching an endless does no damage. I'd love to rearrange that serene face of his. Most of us would, yeah. Oh, the moonlit trimmings sold. I wish they put that notification somewhere else. Like, you can't move it. It drives me crazy. I don't need it smack dab in the middle of my screen sometimes. Tirius, we've briefed Aaronville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, which, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It doesn't feel like it, it is. We have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Mesoterminal, then that is where we must go. Shale, while I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. Sphene says, when you go to fight Calyx, pray, let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. You can say it has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Of course, but no reckless heroics, or if things take a grim turn, I'll keep you safe. I say the first one. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. Luke says, I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. Punch his smug little face out? Yeah. Cryo says, it hardly needs saying, but your fellow scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. Sorry about the fly in there. Ernville says, I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. Lucha says, I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Please, no kids in combat zones. Luke says, oh, Tirius, Kryl and I think that we should talk to Gosan before we leave for Living Memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly, says Wook. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Sphene says, come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Galuja says, be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Here we go. They got anything else for us? I'll do whatever I can to help Shale and Ernville. It may not be much, but small things add up when you do enough of them. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Ernville. Even people from my village have taken to wearing neo-regulators. I can only hope it doesn't end badly. As I said, I'll be ready and waiting if and when you have need of me. Just make sure you come back in one piece. Where do we gotta go? Ah, the government sector, okay. Oh wait, no, that's not it. I went to the wrong place. Gotta go up here. Alright, what do Wook have to say? I see Gosan's wearing a neo-regulator. He'll have some thoughts to share on the subject, I'll wager. That's not a good sign. Because the air is thick with a sense of unease. Not least around Gosan himself. Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I do not envy Gosan's position.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer.
Yep. That's what you need to do. Shakespeare once said, "Suck the marrow out of life." I can't remember what play that's from. I'll have to look that up. It was used in Dead Poets Society. Robin Williams' character said it was great. It's a great moment.
Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
This looked like stunned silence there. What?
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Oh.
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
Worst kept secret ever?
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Nice. It's a nice moment. Before the darkness comes, right? Goes on. It is a relief to be freed from my indecision. Until I had removed my regulator, I hadn't realized quite how heavy it weighed upon me. Luke says, Sphene must be overjoyed to be so welcomed by her countrymen. For their sakes, we need to bring her back safely. Is that ever in question? Hello, remember me, the hunter from the Thunder Yards? It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the dome. We've been talking with Midlander and the others, and thanks to some very convincing arguments, we've come around to the idea that we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. There are those like us who rely on regulators for their work, and those who aren't quite ready to give up what they have, but we all share a desire to make things better. Okay. Alright, Kryl says, I'm glad we were able to hear the will of the Alexandrian people. Now it falls to us to see the rest of it through. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Lukumat says, thank you, Gosan. That decision must have been difficult to make. Gosan says, if only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear that would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise resistant or hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
He's referring to his mother there. It's like he's talking to her. Or maybe the Warrior of Light. I'm not sure which. Ah, his mother. He has his own little Tamagotchi of her. So cute. Right, speak with your Stola Elenon Nemo. Oh, it's in, there. Alright, here's our, here's all our friends, man. Let's talk to them all. Because seems Alfino and Alize were the ones to explain to Kona our need to enter the cenote. He urged us to be extremely careful, of course. Oh, I wanted to see Kona again. I love Kona, he's cute. Coming here reminds me of my parents, of the courage they gave me. Alfino says, "'Tis good to rejoin you all. I needed to step away briefly that I might make arrangements for a certain precautionary measure." I'm wondering what that is. Last time I had to wait in the cenote, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. Alright, Ellie, I can't keep you down. We've all been so busy, it seems an age since last we gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. Alright, Sphene. I had scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now that I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place, it brings tears to my eyes. Ishtola says, "Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from with the mesoterminal itself." Luke says, "Why? What's happened to the mesoterminal?" Ishtola says, "The wall that has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels." Sphene says, "An invitation I am eager to accept for the sake of all who love Alexandria. I will not yield nor leave them to despair." Okay. Anything new? Yashtilla would proceed to the meso-terminal. A terminal invitation, okay. Nightmare's End. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. I love her wicked understatement. It's great. Speak with Wukalamat. Okay. Let's find out where they're at. Okay. Music on this mount is great. From the Valak Armanda fight, which I think is a great piece of music. Ah, hey! Elise says, so this is where the former queen's memories are stored. And she herself tried to erase them. Even as an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. Y'shtola says, living memory is steeped in the dense lightning ether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. Okay, Sphene says, I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. Elfino, an endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so with such ruthlessness. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the endless faded away. I do not believe that was a performance staged to deceive us. As for the meso-terminal, however, it had already grown dark by the time we had returned from the virtual domain. While I am loath to admit it, 'tis possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence, which is why we must bring this tale to its denouement by our own hand. Cryo says, it hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal, though I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating Endless would have required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. Okay. Wook says... What is... or does... what are we doing here? I don't know. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. All in a day's work for the Warrior of Light. Sphene says, for 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved this kingdom of ours, and I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Endless Fiend says, freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. And we can say, together we stand, together we fight, or we will rise to the challenge that the Endless Fiend could not. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Ukumat says, let's head inside and finish this. Kryle says, in the upper reaches of this terminal await the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Raha says, aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. Ystala says, the Queen entrusted it to Tirius for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Of course. Ellie says, apparently Calix thinks he's taken our measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. Elfino says, I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. Mesoterminal now accessible. Okay. I have to make a pit stop before I go in there. Okay? So, let's do that. I'm going to take a quick break. Alright, we are back. Small talk. It is beyond knowing how Calyx has advanced his plans for endless conversion for the past 400 years. I do know, however, that pursuing an objective for lengthy spans requires an unyielding will, especially when that objective entails changing the world as we know it. Calyx is a foe possessed of both considerable focus and resolve. We would do well to recognize him as such. Alright. We have no idea what Calyx may have planned for us. Elise and I have prepared for every eventuality, yet still. Nay, you must be free to lead our charge unhindered by doubt. As you press onwards, we shall guard the flanks. If my parents were indeed executed by preservation, for me this will not only be a fight for the greater good, this will be justice. If I'm to add an addendum to grandfather's account of the Golden City, then let it be a rousing good one, eh? I really do think you take on too much from too many people, and yet it's never the wrong choice. The Queen gave you the key for a reason, and I'll be damned if I let Calyx steal it. Calyx's scheme to forfeit flesh to gain immortality calls to mind the Ea. Not that informing him of their fate would do much to dissuade him. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire. Such was my reply to the Ea's warnings. So I know a little something of refusing to listen, save when confronted with incontrovertible proof of my error. Small dog. The Alexandria of today has seen countless lives come and go. My other self took their grief and fear and rage upon herself in service to our kingdom. Around me are gathered those willing to give their all to fulfill the promise they made to her. How can I do any less? Alexandrians must be free to believe that more than sadness awaits them, that tomorrow can be better than today. Alright, oh my gosh, I'm gonna decide who to take with me. Former party. All-rounder, Intrepid, Sage, Zoomancer? That's her name? Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, I can, okay. He could be DPS or tank, okay. Wait, I wanted her. No, I don't want that one. Sure. He's not a bad little healer, actually. Remember selection available. Yeah, I'm like trying to. Okay. I wanted to use the trust, mostly because I can take my time. If there's little side rooms that we can explore, we can do that. And I only get to make a fool of myself to anybody who watches rather than the other 3 people who are in the dungeon with me. Nice music. Nice. I'm a sucker for choral music. Alright, I'm gonna eat some more food.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
the stupid fly buzzing around. Alright. Let's see how this these new Reaper enhancements work. It's so cool to sing in a choir with these people. See what this data station has to say. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning aspected imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the Levin sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face. Not sure it was that great of an idea, actually.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow order. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Oh wow, look at all these people. This looks like little electrical IV poles. my god. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Oh, they have little things to say. Okay. Don't let me die. But wait, there's more. I can barely feel my legs.
Hold on.
My chest hurts. Barely feel my legs. Let's see what our first boss brings to us.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
They named him Chirurgeon General? Let's play on Surgeon General. Nice. Alright, here we go. I'm not too keen on this running around like crazy thing. Yeah, stand right where they're at.
Just the beginning.
Right where they're at. Oh my gosh. Really? Raha, why did you do that?
Overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
You're supposed to leave that LB to the melee. What did I get, actually? Our data station? According to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulates one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrotechnology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward. Are you experimenting on criminals? Like, I see they are firm believers in the Geneva Conventions and Final Fantasy.
Allow me.
It's like he was stuck in the wall. I couldn't target him.
Sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Mystic memory of. Ah, that's 735 gear. Nice. What's that look like? That's kind of good looking ring there. Can we go in there? No, we can't. Nope, no way to go in there. Okay. Ah, I wasted that one.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Okay, we can ravenous, bloody, pale, and pestilent. I'm betting the pestilent one puts a disease on us, so I don't know. We're gonna figure out, see who they target.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Ah, that's, oh my god. I missed that. I'm gonna kill this Hellmaker. Ah! Ah! That's evil, man. It's just evil. Make sure I have hyper potion on my bar. Okay.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Oh, I didn't see that he was invulnerable. Okay.
But they cannot escape.
Okay, we dodge those. I'm gonna dodge these. I know we gotta kill that quickly. This is going to be a problem for a lot of new Dungeoneers to this one, because this one's all personal responsibility. You have to kill your own boss, right? I can foresee this being a problem for new people to dungeon. Okay, let's give it a go again, man. Give it a go again.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
And you have to go to the one that you are...
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape. We'll get it. We'll get it sometime. Okay, those stupid little balls will get me. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We're gonna do this. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
You don't have to worry about positionals, fortunately.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
It's like doing a little dance around these things. Serial torture. Oh, you son of a bitch. Mama Cat Gamer is gonna have to edit some of this stuff out. He keeps yanking me into the center. Okay. Okay, we just have to not get hit by the giant spike balls.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Oh my god, I made it through it! Oh! We might have this, guys. We might have this.
Good.
Yeah, we did it!
You
Oh my goodness, that was a challenge. So, when you go into this dungeon, you want to make sure you have your personal mitigations, your arcane crest, your feint, your bloodbath if you're melee, second wind, health potions, you know. So I now see why one of my FC mates says that is a very melee unfriendly battle.
Allow me.
Because that is not a melee friendly battle at all. Let's see what these look like. Not bad. Hey, babe. Doing this new dungeon, man. I've died 4 times. We call this fun. What? Read the data station. We succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electric device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and functioning. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies, yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves, whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data, and the Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was, perhaps, the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Nice interrupt, Luke. Please, keep me safe. We've climbed pretty high. Yes, we have. Is there anything on these sides?
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Memory meld. The immortal remains.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
All right, let's do this.
An amalgam of memories. Let's see how it fares.
Recollection.
It is the midst of the storm, sir. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
I'm gonna stand right on top of these guys. Because they have the cheat codes, nowhere to go.
Bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Alright! First time! Nice. Oh, I got a Dawntrail sticker out of that. Alright. Let's see what those look like. Yeah, not too bad. Not my cup of tea. Detail's kind of nice, though.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Yep.
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back!
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Wow, that looks really nice. Except for the deadly purple mist.
What is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Yeah. Yeah, we do. I mean to win. The key will never be yours, or you have much to answer for.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
Touché. This is great, great music. The Ageless Necropolis, now accessible. During this quest, and when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of NPC companions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Alright. I hate to do this to you, but I have to go make dinner for the Papa Cat Gamer and the kittens, because it's dinner time. So I am going to stop the stream for now, and we will pick it up. I will live stream in approximately an hour-ish. Maybe sooner. I don't know. Depends on when dinner gets done. Alright. Cat joke. You gotta have a cat joke at the end of every stream. Let me get to my cat joke page. Okay, what do you get if you cross a cat and a squid? An octopus. An octopus. Okay, cats. Kittens. Mama Cat Gamers signing off. I will see you maybe an hour, hour and a half in around there. And we will get to see this final trial where we get to defeat Necron. So I'm looking forward to it. See you soon.